So we started looking at enemies. Bosses. And made some slight consideration with waves, I believe. So now we got to pick a task and start working on it, I guess. Ah, ended up lying on my glasses, so they're like crooked. That's not good. Okay. We are already done with these two basic ones, so at least we like made a first version, I guess, of them. Two enemies I'm the most interested in creating, I think, is the Scourge and the Armored. What's cool about the Scourge is that we will have like a single point where we spawn a cluster of enemies. And they're a bit different as they're probably a bit smaller, faster, still hit decently hard, but they die fast. So it's like fast-moving flock of birds you have to shoot down before they deal too much damage, I guess. The armored ones are also interesting. I really like the idea that you like, first of all, you can see like the armor track like the mining blocks do. I don't think the player will often be close enough to see this unless we make the cracks extremely visible. Maybe we can make them white or something like that. And who knows, can we make them glow? I'm not sure. Anyways, Once you crack armor and completely break it, the idea is that the layer of armor will fall off and you will like reveal a slightly the same enemy slightly smaller inside, which you have to break the armor of again and again. Maybe 3 times in total. So let's see, we have an enemy like this one. And then it will have like layers, armor. Oh, this was hard. Okay. Anyways, something like this, and then you get to the final piece and you crack it up. And then when it breaks, like the entire thing will fall apart. So we remove layer by layer. I did different coloring here to show that it was different layers. I wonder if actually doing different colors on the different layers could be a good idea in general. It could be a better visualization of the outer piece of armor being broken off. Probably you have to consider like color theory, but I don't know that stuff. I could ask ChatGPT, I guess, like what's a good color for the insides here. Those are the 2 ones I'm thinking of starting with. They both have their difficulties when it comes to creating them as well. A bit different hurdles to pass. Talking about it in a second. All right. So for the Scourge, the hurdle would be that the current spawning system, I believe, calculates the position for each enemy it spawns, and just instantiates the enemy at that position. While here we have a group of enemies that's supposed to spawn, and like I can immediately think about 2 ways to solve it. One is that we make the Scourge like all the enemies, the enemy group that we spawn in, we make it the actual scene that we spawn in. You could still apply things like number in the Scourge and stuff like this by tweaking the main node in the Scourge, right? And we could scale it with the wave number or something like that. So the positive thing about the Scourge is that I think I'm not really gonna use a weak point on them, I think. because they're gonna be low health enemies. And I mean, we could just use a placeholder mesh as we do for everything. Like the mechanics of the Scourge enemy, I think pretty much exists already. It's the spawning that's the issue there, and I think that's easier than the armored one. Maybe we should give ourselves a break in the morning and just do the Scourge first. I hope I'm right about this, that it's not going to be much tougher than I think. Okay, so the options, right? We have create the Scourge scene, which takes a number of enemies to spawn. It spawns instances of the Scourge enemy. With a certain minimum distance from each other, I guess. We don't want them to stack on top of each other, do we? I'm not sure. I think we want to avoid that as much as possible to stack them. That does complicate it a little bit, how we're gonna make it spawn efficiently if we do not stack them. Unless we use a pre-made pattern, pre-made spawn points, which they choose. Like a pattern could look something like this, for example. If this is the center of the Scourge enemies, they could spawn one there. And then we could have like Scourges spawn in directions like this. And there could be like spawn points along them. And we just choose one of these preset spawn points when we spawn in the Scourge. Because calculating like I don't know, 20 spawn points, that's gonna be cheap. Compared to like spawning in one enemy and then spawning in another, finding out the distance between them, seeing if that does okay, and repeating the process to spawn another random place. If the distance is too small, stuff like that, might get very expensive very fast, especially if we're suddenly gonna spawn in tons of enemies. Of course, an even simpler pattern would be something like XYZ offsets like this, right? In a cube. That would be super simple. XYZ coordinates in a certain range. I might have to switch to lenses today, depending on how this goes. We'll see. Hmm. Trying to think how it's actually gonna look once we get in game. Like an issue, sort of, with this strategy could be that if we spawn in many enough, the Scourge will actually take the formation of like a square, you know, which looks kind of stupid. It would look much better as a circle or a bit more randomized. I do wonder though, like I do wonder if we have a sphere though, and we spawn in like 10 enemies, and they are pretty small, and the sphere is like decently big. How much of a chance is there actually that they overlap? You know, maybe I should just say screw it and just spawn them in randomly in a sphere and let them overlap. Because that's gonna be cheap. It's super simple to make. It might be so simple to make that I can redo it if need be. Another question when it comes to how many we spawn inside the Scourge though is like as the wave grows larger, let's say that you got pretty far in the game and you're gonna spawn a lot of Scourges. Are you gonna spawn in 10 times as many in a single Scourge? Probably not, right? Probably the enemies are gonna stay about the same number. They're gonna get a bit higher health, and we're probably gonna spawn in more of these actual Scourge scenes. So let's say we have like 20 Scourges in here. If we get to level 50, something crazy, we'll probably spawn in many instances of this Scourge scene on different positions instead of increasing the number in here. Because increasing the number in here as well wouldn't really be a challenge on higher waves if the player gets weapons that have AoE. Okay, so I think we're gonna go with this. We're gonna go with a sphere. Spawn range. Choose random point inside the sphere. Let me just I'll check it after. Like if this is very easy. I hope it is. Sphere, spawn range. Choose a random point inside the sphere. On Scourge. Enemy instance. Be pulled. Or how do we do that actually? I guess when we create an Scourge instance, like the entire thing, I guess this thing could produce an array of Scourges. But they should be ready. Before before we spawn them in, so they can't be generated too late. Let's say that we put the Scourge scene in the pool. Will that scene run it ready? No, it won't, right? How does the pool work? We do instantiate it, but it's not added to the tree, right? So when the scene is instantiated, I'm not sure if we can make it like instantiate 15 scourges inside its own scene. Probably not. So the health scaling, I haven't really been looking at it, but I think definitely enemies should scale health as waves grow. Not sure, but I think so. The thing with not scaling health is that either we would have to like keep making more and more enemy types so the player doesn't like completely one-shot everything, or the player is gonna like have weapons that is like useless to upgrade because upgrading them would only one-shot stuff more, which is not really beneficial. Yeah, once you already one-shot them, what's the point, you know? So yeah, I think definitely Something like this, you know? Okay. Question. The good scene should be pulled, obviously. Should I just pull scourges multiplied? That was what I was thinking too. Oh, really? Is this how you do the? That's surprising. To choose a point within a sphere, you just actually choose a point within a square, and then you see if the point from the square is like further distance away from the sphere center, I guess, than the range of the sphere. But it is similar to how I do explosions. That makes sense. Length squared, huh? Hmm. So how does that work? Do we square it just to get a positive number? Nah, length is always positive, right? But I guess like you do, for example, x and y, 1, 1. Hypotenuse, whatever it's called, is like 1.42 or something, right? So it's outside the circle range. This makes sense, but I wonder why we square it. Is it because we do the get random point inside sphere as an addition to the global position? No. No. Interesting. This biases points too much towards the center. I wonder why. So the random float. What about radius? Um, is it because no matter the like no, if you have like 10 directions, if you have like the number 1, right, the enemies will be spread out in a circle. But let's say there's a equal number of low floats that makes the enemy spawn close to the center, then they will be packed. Or no matter the direction, if the random float here is small, they're gonna stack on top of each other. Understand. Yeah, and you probably don't want to do any division in here because it will make it more expensive, right? Thing is, I'm probably not gonna spawn more than like 10 to 20 scourges, but if I'm gonna have like big waves later on, I want the option to spawn in a large amount of scourge instances without making the game lag. And if that means that sometimes a couple of scourges will be stacked on top of each other, who cares? This calculation might still be cheap compared to the enemies actually moving though. I wonder, because of the simplicity of the enemy's movement, like, you know, they're always going a certain direction towards the center. They only stop if they are going to hit the shield. Their animations are probably going to be looking pretty much the same also. Maybe with some... It depends a little bit if we want special animations when they get hit, for example. But where I'm getting at is maybe we can like use some kind of baked animations and baked movements. I don't know. Like, it shouldn't really be necessary to calculate movement on the fly, except for whether the shield is alive or not. Hmm. Believe the current movement is probably utilizing 6 velocity, move and slide, yeah. The character body is using move and slide. This might be more expensive than we have to make it. Even though this gives us the opportunity for players to collide with them, which is nice, but maybe it's not worth it for the cost. Since all the enemies share movement so far, I don't think it's dangerous though to keep making enemies without making this change. Like, I still think it will be as easy to change the movement after we make 20 different types of enemies more, if we don't make many separate movement scripts. The only thing we change here is the enemy speed, right? for the scourges. Okay. But let's note it in the brainstorming section on enemies. Optimization. The movement is super simple. Depending on whether we want the enemy to do move, slide. We want the enemy to collide with the player or not. I'm not sure how another type of movement, then move and slide, would work if the would work versus collisions with the player. I'm pretty sure though that if we only change the position, for example, the collision wouldn't work. Pretty sure move and slide is necessary for that. Perhaps some enemies could use collision and some not. The only consideration for the enemy's movement target position is whether the shield is alive or not. No, that's not quite true. Like you have to figure out if you use move and slide though, you could let the enemies ram into the shield repeatedly while they're hitting it. Like trying to move into it. But probably you want enemies to stop a bit away from the shield as well and target it with attacks and stuff like that. Good, but probably need move until we are X distance from the enemy exit. Where X is something like distance. I think how it works right now is that they enter a collider. Okay. That's movement, but also animations. Enemies will probably have very generic and repeated animations while moving and while attacking. And we bake it or something to make it very cheap. I believe the creator of Megabonk was talking about how he actually baked the animations of the enemies. Like, I know baking lights in a scene is like super effective for performance. This means that the lights are pre-calculated so that they're not going to be dynamic with shadows and things like that when the player moves in front of them. But the thing is that they don't really use much resources, if any at all, inside the game. And if you can do the same with animations, that's incredible, right? Can we transition enemies from one baked animation to another? Okay, so let's do these nodes here. Like this. And place them up here. Their enemy. Like that. Okay. Yeah, this is exactly how I thought it would be. And I think it's a bit expensive, the min distance version. If you want it to scale better, use a 3D spatial grid spatial hash. Divide the sphere space into grid cells. True. Like if you have like a spatial grid like this already, I don't think you even need to test. I don't even think you have to compare it against nearby cells. I think you can just remove the chosen like once an enemy gets spawned, you can remove the cell from the grid, and you can still choose. Like imagine you have like a candidate list of all the cells, right, in the grid, and then XYZ 321 is like chosen by an enemy. You can just remove it from this array, and then next time you can safely choose a random spawn location from the array, and you will not have access to the one that has already been used. So that would be actually kind of cheap. Ooh. But setting up the 3D spatial grid also cheap? Think so, right? Hmm. Okay, so we're gonna pool scourge scene, pool scourge enemy, number of pooled should be number of pooled scourge scene multiplied by number of scourges per scourge scene Those are the poolings. Scene instantiated. These have to be done after we made the scourge scene. Sphere with the spawn range. We could either pass the wave number to the scenes as they spawn, but I think it's easier to make a wave manager. I guess the enemy spawner is already a wave manager. And we just access it through references. To check what wave it is when the enemy spawns. It only has to be done once per scourge scene. I think that's cheap. So we have to make this one though. Okay, so that's the setup here, and then next time choose a random point inside the sphere. Choose a random point inside sphere function. Randf XYZ. Where if distance smaller than distance XYZ to center, sphere center. Is smaller than sphere radius, except point. Okay. Pulled instance. Get pulled. On. Now I hope the health will be properly. It's probably not gonna be properly synchronized just from the spawner, so I should make a synchronizer for that or a RPC. This should all be on the server, right? Hmm. Thinking of this, like, the pool I'm using right now, it's so trash. Pooling is difficult with the multiplayer. Because the entire point of pools usually is that you use an enemy from the pool. Once he's dead, you reset him and put him back in the pool, right? But the problem, if you put an enemy in a multiplayer spawner, and then kills him, return him to the pool, and then reuse him later in the spawner, then Godot gets confused. It's not going to spawn it properly for all the other players. My current pool actually just preloads the enemies, uses them once, and throws them away. On top of that, like, they're only preloaded. Well, the pool exists for everybody, but only the multiplayer server uses the pool, right? The others has to instantiate the enemy when the server shares it through the enemy multiplayer spawner, right? So they don't really get benefit from the pool. But if I did something like everybody uses the pool and they pick one enemy there during an RPC call, like everybody does it on their own client, that would probably also create a lot of issues. Because then the instance of the enemy living on the clients would be different from the one on the server. Like that would be a whole lot of mess. Unless, of course, you give a lot more control to the players' clients. I think it would just get more complicated. Yeah, optimization in the multiplayer seems difficult compared to in single player, for sure. Yeah, let me see. Why do we square this length? A vector's real length is square root of this. Okay. This means Godot has to calculate the square root. So this is cheaper. Oh, hello. Crew Captain, welcome. I'm just looking at some logic for some enemies I'm gonna create and how to spawn them. How are you doing, man?
Thanks bro. How are you doing?
Oh, I'm doing well. Got some good sleep tonight. What about you, man? How are you doing? Random point.
Pretty good bro.
Nice. Glad to hear it. Chill Sunday. Okay, we'll see. I'll try it without overlap check in the beginning, because I think it's a small chance that when we choose a random spot in the sphere that we're gonna get the exact same spot 2 times, you know? Or even anywhere close. Especially when we do 20 times, then we are going to have some variation for sure. Let's see, we
So you
spawn.
learning new coding language?
Yeah, I guess so. I think by that, I would think by this point I kind of know it more than C# already, though. I think I'm close to putting in as many hours now as I did in my Unity project in the first place. And when I started doing Unity, then I didn't know how to code, right? So it's been easier to learn GDScript. So yeah, I probably know more GDScript by now than I know C#. I started learning it in right after the summer or something. But I didn't really start working on this until January. It was very on and off until then.
You are going for game development. So cool bro.
Yeah, I'm going all in, man. It's gonna be fun to try it.
Wow, got any like idea for what kind of game will it be?
Yeah, it's gonna be a game similar to Dome Keeper, you know? Where you go down and you mine resources, you buy upgrades for your weapons and for your mining and everything. And you fight waves. Waves of enemies every now and then. Probably gonna add something similar to how they have special buildings or upgrades as well that you can acquire during runs, like buildings that slow down the time it takes before a wave arrives and special things like that.
MMORPG type.
Not an MMORPG, no. It's so you can have as many players as you want, so it is kind of massive multiplayer, but not really RPG. I think it's like I don't know what you would call the genre exactly. You like go gather resources and upgrade your shit, you know, and then you fight enemies together. It's like I guess the enemy and fighting can remind you a little bit about things like Mega Bonk, you know, like swarming enemies that you just shoot down with weapons that target close enemies. While the mining will remind you a little bit about Minecraft, Hytale, and like yeah, Dome Keeper, things like that. It's always hard to pinpoint the genre.
Survival type.
Yeah, it's kind of survival. Yeah. Like, if you're interested, I can show you like 2 minutes of just how the core gameplay looks. You have this space up here, right? You have your little dome. Right now I set the enemies to spawn almost instantly because I was testing weapons. There will spawn enemies around, right? That you have to shoot down using weapons. And down here is like where you mine resources. As you see, it's pretty slow in the beginning, and that's why you get resources up here, and then you upgrade your pickaxe and stuff, right? From the resources. Once you get like really high level of pickaxe, you can basically just blow everything up, right? And then you have a few different types of weapons, like machine guns and stuff, which you use to like blast enemies. The weapons isn't really set up much now, but so that's kind of the loop, you know. You go down here, and you just like you go mining, get resources, upgrade your shit, defend. Yeah. That is pretty much it.
Oh, wait, what you call this? Something like defending last frontliner. Thanks for showing it, bro.
Yeah, no problem, man. Yeah, I hope I will actually make a playtest during next week to test it and see if it's any fun, you know? Because I've been working on it. What does it say? Like, I've been learning Godot for 60 something days now, 66 days. I've probably been working on this for like 60 days now. It's time, you know, it's time to, it's far past the time actually. I need someone to test my game and see if it's fun. I'm gonna have some of my friends try it out and see if they like it. What needs to be changed and what is actually fun about it. I'm gonna
Beta
be
tester time. Whoa.
yeah, super beta, like testing the core mechanics, you know? See what feels good and not, basically. Gorge enemy. Placeholder model. Apply normal enemy. Basic enemy scripts. Human damage, etc.
Planning any FPS story mode?
Not as much story mode, but I think the game's story is probably gonna be something like you land on a desolate planet somewhere in space, right? And the entire goal is gonna be to like get the core of the planet out, like something special about that, and then there's gonna be other factions which are also interested in this specific planet, which will intervene and attack you because they want to take over, you know? Something like that. It's like the story, but I haven't put much thought into a story, to be honest. There's probably going to be like a bit of talent points and meta progression if you like, as you keep playing, that keeps you motivated to play more, you know, like you unlocks. But more of a rogue, like maybe, or a typical meta progression than like Vampire Survivors kind of progression, Mega Bonk kind of progression. Like you get a bit more unlocks every run, and then you get hyped about those, and you want to go again. You know, maybe you unlock a new class, maybe you unlock a new weapon, things like that. It's a very simple game loop. Yeah, there's not really much that goes into creating an enemy, I think. Once I have all the pieces right. I think I should probably consider making ranged enemy ASAP. I think I'm gonna make these two enemies I'm planning looking at right now. Maybe I'll make the armored enemy a ranged one. I think so. Yeah, I'll try to make it a ranged one.
Bro, what if you are working on FPS story mode? What will be like your checklist?
FPS story mode. Well, I don't know exactly what you would want in a FPS story mode, like what kind of game you would want to make, you know? It depends. My checklist would depend on what kind of game it is, basically.
Call of Duty, type.
Okay, so let's say I would make something like Call of Duty and I want story mode. First off, you would want something to like motivate the player, grab the player's attention. Like imagine, for example, Borderlands 3, right? Or 4 it is. Like when you spawn in Borderlands 4, you're like captured by some creepy dude on the planet, right? You're in a cell. They're gonna fucking implant this. They do actually implant this chip in you, which they're gonna try to control you with, and like you're immediately pissed at these guys. They're trying to take over your life. And then you get the chance to like attack them and escape. And now you have motivation to take down these fuckers that just put the chip in you, you know? And you meet these other people which are also in the same situation, which is like dominated by this overlord on this planet, and team up and like try to figure out how to beat him, right? You're immediate, like a hook, like immediately gets the players motivated to fight whatever you want them to fight. I think is like the first thing you should think about. But that could come after you figure out like what kind of environment you want. You know, like if do you want them to fight Hitler, or do you want them to fight space overlord that is taking over planets? Like figure out what kind of world you want first, and then find the motivation for the player to fight whatever you want them to fight. I think that would be the step one for me.
1. Give players cool enemy.
Yeah. And a reason for them to fight it. You played Fallout 4? Like your family gets taken down in a bunker, like you go into cryo sleep and then you wake up to someone killing your wife and take your kid. Like how much more motivation can you get, you know? First of all, fuck those guys that kill your wife. Second of all, you need to find your son. That's motivation. Fallout 4 would be a very different game if you just woke up in the cryosleep bunker, whatever, and nothing happened with your family, you know? Like, everything would be so different if you didn't have that motivation.
Bro, do you think like some 20 to 30 SEC song will be good idea, in between like going from one cutscene to another?
Yeah, music and sound effects sets the tone on a lot of things, right? So you want to use audio, many audio tricks. I guess music is the simplest, right? It's like, there's also like ambient sounds in the background and set the tone. Whether like enemies that run at you make noise or not, like makes a big difference, you know. They use sounds a lot, but it doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be the first thing you create, you know. But you need it. You need it eventually. I think sound comes probably before making good models for enemies and stuff. Like music and sound should probably already come in the stage where you're using placeholder art. Okay. Mm. This is a wave spawner. It's also an enemy spawn. Ah, whatever. Hey, crew captain, thank you so much for following, man. I appreciate that. Appreciate that.
Bro, see you soon. Good day.
Yeah, good day to you, man. Thanks for stopping by. good is, yeah. Oh well. Okay. Random point inside the sphere. Turn candidate. You multiply it by the radius, yeah? Missile spawner route. Okay.
Hello.
Yo, Witch of Pandemonia, welcome. How are you doing today?
I'm fine, just woke up eating breakfast.
Nice, sounds good. You chilling on a Sunday then? I'm just working on enemies today, trying to make new ones. Gonna make like tiny scourges like in StarCraft right now. Bunch of tiny enemies spawning in clusters. Gee.
Nice, I'm a Godot noob too. Beginnings of making a roguelite with a friend. Except recent git merge for the tile set broke floor collision and we have yet to find out why.
Ah, really cool. I wanted to learn how to do Git merges and stuff as well. I don't know how to do it, unfortunately. I just store my project on Git. I don't really have versions or anything like that. Roguelite is a lot of fun to make though. So I hope you guys will have some fun. Oh yeah. Shouldn't be CSG sphere though. Should it be?
LOL, I am on Arch Linux, so I had to learn Git completely on command line without GUI. It's differently, but Git is insanely helpful, especially working with someone else.
You're on Linux, you had to learn Git completely on command line without GUI. Oof. I guess that's even more difficult then. I know I would have to learn Git if I was working with someone else, right? It seems imperative that you know it. It's so nice that you can like push changes on specific functions each by yourselves, right? And everything is like Git takes care of a lot of merges like that. I guess I can make area 3D to get away this error, but whatever. Mm. Hmm. Let's see, mid the sphere. You access the current wave. We have to choose the random point inside the sphere. We had this helper created here. I don't know if you were here to see that helper, but it's kind of cool when you. One of the most efficient ways to choose a point inside a sphere is actually to choose a point within a cube, and then check if that point is within the radius of the sphere. So you have your cube, you choose a point in this one, and then you actually, once you have this point, right, you just see if it's a radius, distance, or shorter from the center of the sphere. And if it's not, then you choose another point. This one is accepted because it's within the radius of the sphere. And it works because picking a point inside the cube like this is like so cheap, right? It's just random float in range -1 to 1 on all of these. XYZ. I wonder, maybe I don't even need a spawn sphere actually. Since it's all a math. Don't need to pass the radius, because the radius is stored on top here. Not.
That's actually interesting. I remember years ago I once struggled finding a way to pick a random point on the circumference of a circle while attempting to make SMTH similar to Undertale's battle mechanics.
Ah, yeah. Yeah, I see. I think how I would choose a random point in a circle, I'm no expert, but how I would do it is I would probably use something similar to make like a vector, right? A random float XYZ. So let's say that this point was picked, right? Then you have this vector. Then you make the normal. The normal of the vector is just a vector with the size 1, right? And then you multiply it by the radius. So when you have a one-sized vector, you multiply it by the radius, you're gonna reach this point. Probably how I would do it with a similar mechanic. With a similar function. It does complain here because I guess it says if true is not true, then we return nothing. But true is always going to be true, right? So that's not really going to happen, is it? Yeah, exactly. That was what it was complaining about. This just gets rid of an error. We're never going to reach this spot because true is always going to be true. So should I keep it in just to avoid the error?
My first thought RN was to pick a random float between 0 and 2 pi and then evaluate the sin cos, but I can imagine sin cos is not very efficient.
I have no idea how expensive sin and cos is for the computer. I don't think it's very expensive, but maybe random floats are cheaper. Could be. There's a couple of steps in the way I did it though. Like you get the random floats, and then you get the normal of that vector, and then you multiply it by the radius. So it's 3 steps, right? And even though all of those steps are pretty cheap, it's maybe there's more efficient ways, you know? Also, my trigonometry is not great, so I would probably struggle to understand properly how to work with sin and cos. Well, we can keep it like this. And we have spawn point, the vector 3. Set it to this. So how many scourges should we spawn? Yeah, there's no way we're gonna need this actual sphere. I'm just
34.
gonna delete it. 34 scourges. Okay. We could try 34. Let's see. Remove this. Oh, for scourge, a number of scourges. Range, I guess. We're gonna need get the pooled object.
__pandemonium sin and cost should be cheap on CPUs these days.
Oh, that's good to know. Thank you, Blackwater Gator Studios. Good info. Pool manager, we get the scourge. We set the spawn point. And then
Good to know. I'm currently learning C, so I don't know about the modern ways yet.
I see. C and C++ is good to know.
Since it's a built-in function, it's calling down to the C/C++ math library.
Ah, really cool. Yeah, I was thinking about that, like how much of GDScript actually utilizes C for optimization, because it has been tempting to learn a little bit of C so that I could make a more optimized game, you know? But so far
Right, GDScript compiles down to C++, doesn't it?
yeah, I'm not sure exactly how much it does. I know that you can make the game more efficient with C++ directly.
Built-in functions are calling to the C code, and any functions you create are interpreted through the VM at runtime for Godot.
Okay. I guess one of the reasons writing it directly in C++ could be more efficient is maybe a lot of safeguards and like extra steps or something that is built into the conversion there, but I have no idea, to be honest. I just know people say if you write C++, it's you can make it a lot more efficient.
At which _of _pandemonium interpreted language.
Enemy spawner route, we can add a child. We need I think it's a character body it's gonna be. Okay, add child. Oh, let's see. This one we do.
But you can get more perform acne with script with working directly with some of the APIs/servers. For example, you can work with the physics server and rendering server directly and have over 250,000 buildings with collision and be performant.
Certain APIs or servers directly with GDScript can be efficient. So you can work with a physics server and rendering server. Have more than 250,000 buildings, collisions, and be performant. Well, that's kind of crazy.
But that's a lot lower than most people work with. I don't know anyone personally that uses the rendering server directly.
I see. Yeah, the way I made my blocks more efficient was to make them multi-mesh and just calculate the collisions by the like a voxel space, you know. That's what I did. Honor. Yep.
Yeah, multi-mesh is good. Rendering server would be your next step in performance.
I see. I thought it was interesting when I learned a little bit about shaders, that shaders run on the GPU and can like do parallel processing, while normal GDScript runs on the CPU. So if I had a lot of simple calculations for rebuilding the multimesh and arrays for the multimesh, like maybe it would be possible to do that in shaders as well for the parallel processing.
If you want to learn more on it, Michael Jarrett on YouTube has some videos about the rendering server.
Ah, okay. I need to stick to more basics and not get lost into like very low level stuff, because then
Good job, Gator, good job.
if I go into the low level stuff, I'm gonna get stuck because I'm not so good yet. I need to learn this first. Enemy
But one
spawn.
day you'll get there.
Yeah, it could be like if I was making a game where performance was like alpha omega I needed, you know, then I would probably go look at it right away. But I'm hoping what I got now is performant enough. Crossing my fingers, otherwise I'll have to improve it later on. Auto spawn list, yes. Let's see.
What is this note-taking program?
It's just OneNote, Microsoft. I don't think it's good. Like I use it. I'm used to it.
I
So
can't see cause Twitch is giving me like 144p.
unlucky. It's OneNote. I hope the stream is not that bad. Like, but OneNote is like fine because you can like make hyperlinks, and you can have like different levels of, how do you say it, like organization, like folders, things within the folders like this. It's okay, you know.
I'm using Obsidian, but I def need to learn some more markup.
Yeah, Obsidian is good, I heard. I tried it a bit as well. Got a little bit confused while I used it. Probably put it aside a bit too fast. I think Obsidian is good. There was some stuff that was very handy to know there. I don't know if you're using like any tools like extras on Obsidian that makes it UI friendly, I guess. Cobalt? No, I don't remember the name of the tools. But yeah, keep going with Obsidian, I think. It's a good idea. Bit of help based on wave number and references. Right, wave. So the scourge enemy should do that in RPC, right? Based on the wave number.
Me and my friend have our concept art and notes saved on the Discord drawing boards of all things. Our current projects is more of a learning experience anyway, we'll likely scrap the entire thing and start from beginning once we actually know the basics.
Yeah, that's fine. Especially if it's like not tidy and it's like a lot of...
As a higher small performance / efficiency tip then. String names are best for comparisons, and the packed versions of array types are more efficient than normal arrays. Example packed vector 3 array, packed int array, etc.
I got some help from AI, you know, when I was learning how to do the voxels and stuff. So then I learned a little bit about the packed arrays, even though I don't necessarily know a lot about them. But we did end up using packed int arrays when we store the positions and stuff. So like a x, y, z position, right? It was given an index in the packed int array, and the index was something like x plus y multiplied by the chunk size plus something that chunk size. That was like the index, right? Based on the position of the multi-mesh instance I spawned. Something like that. But yeah, packed arrays I tried. And string names are best for comparisons. For comparisons.
Packed variants are smaller, faster to iterate, use less memory, and lower overhead.
That's good. Very important if you have a very large array then. So strings are best for comparisons. You know what I use a lot? I have like a enums class, I guess, or function or whatever. Like, no, I do, for example, enums, resource type, zone. So if I have like if OR type is this, then do this. But I used to use strings, right? For example, the issue I run into when I use strings for these kind of things is that I would forget sometimes the names and stuff, and I would start using slightly different names, and it would like get confusing, right? Like I would do, I would call iron some places, and other places I would call it.
With strings yet.
Yeah, and then I would do iron ore some places, and that's when I learned about enums, and I thought I would try them, you know. It's good to know that they are efficient at least. I should maybe use a different name here. Make it RPC. Do authority is fine. And local, reliable, yes. But this should maybe be done. If I pass a reference, to the Scourge enemy, that's probably not gonna work in multiplayer. I should probably do the health setup on the enemies. Mm, 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 mm. Okay, something like that, I guess, and I just run it in ready. Okay. This I think is fine. This one we don't need anymore. Right. Alright, simple and clean. Current wave is not used, that's true. 1 point is not used. Right. How did I do that? So I think there's a trick to like setting the position of an enemy. I just do it like this, okay. Because there is the trick to like set the position of the enemy before you add it to the scene. And I think it's just setting the enemy's transform. But if this works, fine. Then I don't have to worry about that. So did I do it in just global position? Yeah. But when I spawn in enemies, I also keep track of the number of enemies, right? Sturdy enemies, enemy in range. Next wave enemy array. Okay. Spawn next enemy. Get the enemy, spawn him. I have to remember a unique name, I guess. Here, enemies alive +1. Okay. I have to remember to do that. How should I do it though? If I spawn a Scourge scene. We also specify character body 3D here? Because what I'm thinking is we're gonna spawn the actual Scourge spawner as an enemy, right? And then he's gonna just pop out enemies in a certain range from itself. This enemy array uses character body 3Ds. Now, of course, I could just make the Scourge spawner and a character body 3D, it wouldn't hurt. That wouldn't matter. Just to allow it into the functionality that I have right now, right? Without making like a special exemption or anything like that. Of course, I could add this functionality directly in the enemy spawner as well. Maybe that's better. If we are spawning Scourges. Like if enemy type is Scourge, we could do a cluster spawn function instead of just spawn, right? And then we just do this. I guess that's better as well because we have access to the logic of spawning clusters. In the enemy spawner. Cluster spawn area. We did try to make a cluster spawn logic before. Okay. So a cluster spawn. Could make a boolean on the enemies or cluster spawning. So enemy, basic enemy, this one, movement. Like this, we have a boss bool as well. We can have a cluster spawn. False by default. Right. Hmm. Let me see. Pair enemy for spawn. That's where we set the global transform. Ah, okay. So we would get one spawn point. we would make an offset from the main spawn point before we prepare enemy for spawn. Then we would add and increase. Okay. Cluster offset. So this is the cube version. Let's do the new version we made. The sphere version. Okay. Down here. And then random point should be a vector 3. Then we do cluster spawn numbers. Then I just set that up for each enemy that uses cluster spawn. Cluster spawn numbers. Range, I guess. Our final spawn point. This plus this. And then we use the final spawn point here. Let me see. Enemy. Character body 3D. What we need now, right? We have the, like, I guess we will give it a single scourge in the spawn array. but it's actually a cluster of scourges. Mm. So that means that we would actually have to instantiate a version of this enemy every. This is not so easy. For the cluster enemies, I could have this variable to say how many of the enemy I could spawn. Then I could have a variable that says like the type of enemy it is. So I can get more of them from the pool. Let's see, how much work does it go into where we add them to the spawn list, I wonder. Add basic enemy. Not much, right? So, fine. Next enemy array. So is it the spawn interval timer then? When do we spawn? Oh, yeah. Yeah, on spawn timer timeout.
Spawn next enemy. We pop the front enemy. We spawn him. If the enemy does have a cluster spawn on him, we perform a cluster spawn. The number of enemies we spawn in a cluster is written on the enemy itself. Yeah, we need to make a new enemy instance, or we have to get it from the pool every time we spawn him here. Let's see. Pool name. That's a string, right? Yeah, that's a string get pooled object. Okay. So then we would just write the exact pool name here. We get the enemy instance. Prepare him from spawn. Individual spawn points and spawn. Okay. And with that, I think we are done. Should be enough. Spawn radius. Need another one here. Cluster spawn radius. Two. Honestly, that one should probably... should that... It should be a bit different from enemy to enemy, probably, like... the smaller enemies needs a smaller radius to spawn within, right? Imagine if I make a cluster enemy that is like pretty big, then I need a lot bigger cluster spawn radius for not all of them to overlap. So I think that as well is one of the variables that should be put on the enemy itself. Hmm. Enemy root? I don't know. Enemy. Back when I made these scripts, I didn't know about classes. That's why I don't have classes for any of these stuff. I'll learn about classes after this. But I should probably start using them. Enemy. I guess this is the core of the enemy. It could just be named enemy. Cluster spawn range. Okay. Random spawn point. For random spawn point. That's fine. Cluster spawn range is gonna be used here. Get random cluster spawn range and do it here. Okay. It also probably makes more sense to organize it like this. Okay. Now I just need to make the Scourge, right? We should update what we are doing here. Make cluster spawn. An enemy spawner. Store necessary cluster spawn values on enemies. Cluster spawn values on enemies when spawning. Each enemy spawning. I don't have to write everything I just wrote in code though. I'll remember. This is gonna be deleted in 2 seconds anyways. This is what we have to do now. Scourge enemy. I wonder if we could actually duplicate the basic enemy and use that as a... I think we can. Use that as a core. Then we just replace the body. Just gonna have to take a quick bathroom break before I continue here, but yeah, we're just gonna duplicate the basic enemy. Duplicate basic enemy. Remove create third box. Change main hurt box and it's mesh. Set up all variables, correct. For main, root, health, etc, etc. Okay, and then pool, multiplayer spawner. Yeah, be right back.
Hi, Chairman, how's the stream going?
Yo, yo, yo. I'm back. Hey, Kurt. You're stopping by even on a Sunday. I'm very happy. Chairman. Congratulations. I didn't know you had become a dad. That was a real dad joke, at least. I'm following your advice, Kurt, and today we're working on enemies. And then after a couple of enemy types, we're probably gonna move on to some wave setups. And during the week, we'll keep working towards making a playable playtest. See if it's fun. Duplicate basic, remove crit third. Yeah, sure. Now, what could I change that could possibly be shared? Because I don't want to change anything shared.
Nice. I tried to use Blender to create my landscape. It didn't work out as expected, so back to my own terrain generator.
Ah, really? Make a landscape in Blender? Cool. But do you mean make a landscape with the code that you made, or do you mean like just make it by hand?
Procedural with geometry node.
Okay. Procedural generation. So basically the geometry node is probably something that you wrote then? Or is that something that you just tried out to see if it would be as good as what you did? Pre-made Blender thing maybe.
Geometry nodes are built in Blender.
Yeah, I see. I see. Scale 1.
You can make really awesome stuff with.
I see. Yeah, I've never tried much Blender, but I'm gonna have to learn it eventually, I think. Hurt box. I'm gonna run a quick test. I'm pretty sure this is not gonna change anything. Let's say I put 2 here. That's not gonna change this one, I hope. Ooh, did it? No, it didn't. But the mesh body and mesh head, these things, and the physics collider, these ones I have to make sure is unique. Honestly, I probably should never click duplicate, but I'm lazy. Let's hope it doesn't bite me in the ass. convex polygon shape. What? Okay. Let's see. Yep. So this one I don't have to make unique. This one I don't have to make unique apparently. Okay. So far so good. Make unique recursive. Not sure. Do I need to? Probably should. See, if I make it unique recursive, and this material here would be unique as well. Maybe I don't want that. I'll make this body big. This one doesn't change. This doesn't change, and this doesn't change. Okay. That seems fine. Oh, Blackwater Gator Studios. Thank you for the follow, man. I'm happy to have you along. You seem
No jock gator dance.
nice. The Gator Dance. Happy to have you along. Good to have some lyrics and tips coming my way. Okay. Make them tiny. Ah, that didn't change the collision. Let's see, which collider is this? Oh, the physics collider. Okay. Probably what I could have done is probably could probably have placed this entire thing in a node and scaled that node. In scaling colliders, is it best to scale the parent node, e.g. the mesh, or I guess it's a character body, or is it best to scale the collider? I think it's the collider you're supposed to scale, right? Oh, whatever, it's a placeholder anyways, right? Really cares. Let's just do it like this. And then add another body up here. Guess we could calculate the offset correctly though. Position 132 1.3. Position 1 exactly. Okay. One, 3, 5. Yeah, that's 33. Yeah. Good. The next one is gonna be 66, or yeah, it looks like it. Okay. Now we just make this thing fit. It's in between this and this. Like 1. I guess it should have the same position as the ball in the middle there. Middle position 133. We put this one position 133. Okay, that seems good. Has to be a little bigger. Maybe easier to see if we make it smaller. Yeah, now it seems to be overlapping perfectly on the height. How wide are these things? Probably 0.1. Yeah, that looks good. That's good enough for a collider, I guess. Make it cheap. Cheap collider. Now, bird boxes. Bird box area. Bottom. And then we need a top. Top. Main herd box. Doesn't really matter which one of them it is. What's this yellow? Is AABB box or what is it? What is the yellow? I don't know. Visibility maybe? No? I guess it doesn't matter, does it? Here it's this one. Braves. Enemy pool name, that's probably gonna be Scourge. Actually, do I preface it with enemy maybe? Yeah, enemy. Boss, sturdy. Why do I change it up here though? Sturdy enemy, it should be. Enemies 30 instead. God damn it. I guess I can replace it like this. Looks good. Okay, so enemy. Enemies 3001. 30. Enemy Scourge. Back. Scene. Reload. Scourge. Scourge. Let's do it 01 as well. I guess the idea is that if I make different versions of it, then I can use 02 and stuff. Yeah, probably. We have the enemy Scourge here. Now down enemies 30 here. We can add one or enemy Scourge. Like that. Yeah, that should be it. The Scourge spawner can just be removed, to be honest. Can I? Scourge 01. Spawn like 15, cluster spawn range 2, okay. Movement probably a bit faster than the others. Health probably like just a fraction of the others. Like even lower maybe. Attacking. It could keep a similar damage to the others, but that would maybe be overkill if they are left alone for a bit. Damage. Where do I get my damage? Attack base shield damage is from the animation maybe. One here. Argument count. Args. Integer. And not float. change it to float here. Is it changed here as well? No, it's not. Am I locked into integers then, or should I change it everywhere? The integers, they're faster, right? Faster to calculate. I could still tweak the attack speed if I need them to deal less damage than 1 per second. But come on. Change health. Like, isn't this so cheap anyways though? Change health, number, float. And here I even use float on the change health one. Let's just do float, man. Sturdy and Boston. I could change it right away as well, so I don't forget. Let's see. Just checking that I didn't mess anything up there. 30 enemies here on the base type of dictionary. Full name. 001. Where do I call that then? Guess in the enemy spawner. Enemy sturdy. Damage seems fine, but where are the sturdy enemies though? Did I mess them up somehow? Enemy sturdy. Add sturdy. Enemy sturdy 01. Next. And enemy. Uh, numbers per wave multiplied by wave number. Alright, maybe I reset maybe I reset the export or something. Probably what happened, right? Which reminds me, to avoid that happening again, I probably shouldn't set the exports to a number. Export, no number, please. No bool. Nothing, nothing. Yeah, exactly, because now you see two of these numbers had changed now because I updated the variables to not have a default. Yeah. Should be careful when I do exports that I don't actually give them a value in the code, I guess. A default value. Just always type the values instead. Enemy spawner. Export. Blah, 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 blah. Away. Oh no, these weren't exports. Okay. Now we go back to world. Enemy spawner. Spawner radius. Minimum Y. Basic and sturdy. 0.5. 1 time 2 seconds. Okay. Still have to wait 20 seconds though to see if it works. That's wave 1. By the way, Kurt, are you here right now?
Yes.
I'll show you how it ended yesterday with the weapons here. Or the day before yesterday. So that we have these unlocks now instead of... I don't have any weapons to begin with, you have to buy them. I have to put the price on the unlocks though still, but you buy the weapon and then you see it spawn next to me, this laser gun. Now I can fire. Same like with the missile launcher, I can buy it here. Now it spawned on my left side here and shoots. And now a single upgrade of the missile launcher will give several things, like it will give multi-shot and damage, for example. That's how the new weapon upgrade system is gonna work. I was also thinking though that at a certain level, like when you have, let's say for example, weapon level 3 or 5 or something, there might be a weapon evolve, you know, that you get a new version of your weapon which does something special. Like the laser could, for example, get an upgrade where it starts bouncing if you have it non-bouncing from the beginning. Things like that. I think, yeah, I think that will be good. Okay, so there's 30 enemies spawned again, right? So double check one more time. Got a bit lost.
It's funny, if I search Locket in YT on Google there are at the bottom 2 entries, but if I search it on Duck then the first 4 entries are what I search.
Locked in YouTube on Google. There are the bottom 2 entries. You search it on Duck. The first 4 entries are what I search. I don't quite understand what you mean here, so. Is the thing that you're looking for the bottom 2 results on the Google engine, but on Duck it's the top 4, or what?
Yes.
So locked in YouTube. Is it like this you're after, or is it something else? I haven't used Duck. Is that a search engine too?
No, it's an add-on.
It's an add-on. Okay.
DuckDuckGo.
DuckDuckGo. Oh yeah, I heard about it. Didn't use it though. Different algorithms, I guess. Perhaps depends a little bit on the type of people that use the engine as well.
Use it because Google uses too much AI.
Ah, too much AI, I see. Guess it could also be like the type of people who use the different things. Like maybe more coders and people that look for the tool you're using use DuckDuckGo than normal people, I guess. Like that search for that locked in YouTube channel. I don't know. But if DuckDuckGo is even better than Google, that's good. Am I ready to test the Scourge enemies now, I wonder? Cluster spawn range 2. 15 Scourges. Let's see. But I should call it something slightly different. Here, maybe. Word cluster. Scourge 01. Cluster numbers. I guess. What a name of a variable. Enemy Scourge 01 cluster numbers per wave. Okay. And where do we use these things? Add 3001 enemies. Maybe basic 01. Hmm. this as well. I should probably change it to a enum or something, so that if I ever change the name, it will just work everywhere, I guess. Like just now I broke the sturdy thing, right? Because I renamed it in the pool and then I used it somewhere else. And yeah, strings is a bit... They're apparently really efficient, like Blackwater told me, but yeah, they're tricky to manage. You might end up getting
So
some...
I installed Unhook Atten. YouTube is beautiful again. Only a video and comments, nothing else.
Oh, really? Oh, nice. So you don't have like the urge to click recommended videos anymore on the right side?
Yes.
What about the description or the channel name? What do you do if you want to like go to the main channel of those people?
Description is visible.
Ah, okay. Sounds nice
And
though.
the video has more space.
I guess it still auto-plays the next video though. You can still end up in like YouTube hell where you keep watching videos all night if you... But it's maybe not so easy to jump between videos, I guess. Add enemies.
I end up every time by its you daily dose of the internet.
Ah, yeah. I remember those popped up a lot for me as well. Basic next wave enemy array. Okay. Enemies for next wave enemy array, I guess is the gist of it. It's a funk, there's okay. Turn nothing and do all of these things. Funk, funk. Okay. Add enemies for next wave enemy array. Yeah, I guess so. That's old, right? It's so dark here. Ah, there they are. Look at them wrecking the shield. Where are you guys? getting pushed. Get me out of here. I'm happy with the spacing and stuff of them, though. I think it's kind of what I imagined for the groups of enemies. They do, of course, cluster up a lot when they reach the shield and as they enter the portal, but that's inevitable, I guess. And it's fine. Think is fine. Think is fine. So how is their total HP looking actually? If you go compare to basic enemy, 100 health, scourges, 15 of them, 5 health each. Not so bad, right? 75 health total in the pack. Have to, of course, take into account that any weapon that overkills them wastes a lot of damage, but I think it's okay. Low.
How would you make it easier for the player to know where the enemies are coming from?
Yeah, ChatGPT mentioned that as well, that I should do it. I think what I'm gonna do is first off the brainstorm the enemies minimap. So on top, maybe like on Borderlands, you have like these red dots on your on the top that show, right? Like you have this HUD on top, and then you have like a red dot pointing to where the enemy is coming from. It is. And there's like a red dot here. You know, you have to turn left to see it, right? And it will just stay here even if it's on the other side of you, and if it's 180 degrees, you just have to flip. So then you kind of know from that. And the second thing I think I will add is visuals and a bit more light and stuff, especially when they spawn, right? So probably like rift in space. I don't know what color or whatever it's gonna be, but make it glow a little. Open up like a rift here before the enemy spawns, like a second before or something. And then they start coming out of it, you know, from the rift. And if that rift has some sound effects that reaches the player, that's gonna help. Those are the main things I thought about. Do you have any other suggestions? You are absolutely correct to think about this, though. Like, alerting the player where they come from, I think, is something my game definitely needs. So I'm gonna have to solve it one way or another. And I'm not sure what I'm gonna do with the darkness in space, you know? The player might have a bit more light accessible.
Add sun.
Sun, yeah, I know, but I'm not sure. I guess I'm gonna have to look a lot closer on it when I start doing actual lighting. But there's something nice as well about the darkness of space, I guess. I don't know. And it really empowers the player's own light if everything is a bit dark. But I don't know. These things are very light. I do use a sun sometimes when I test visuals of things. I think directional light. It is still on, like, super duper not bright. Don't know where it's placed though. Can I see? But I think generally, I think like lighting is something that I should look at before I actually work a lot on the visuals of the enemies and the rifts and everything. Because if I decide the game is going to be quite dark on the planet surface as well, then the enemies probably have to emit some light or have a way of being more visible, right? So yeah, probably I should do lighting before I do extensive textures and looks on the enemies. I also know from Bracky's light video that you can actually do like sunlight up here and easily make a zone down here where the sunlight doesn't reach. Like make a like zones like that with different lighting. Oops. Daisy. 100 missiles every second. It's a bit laggy. Just a bit. It's fun though. So yeah. I don't know what's best for the light. We'll see. Ah, here we can see the direction. Okay. Like, yo, pasta la vista. Nice name. What's up, man? I don't know, Kurt. Like, do you think this is enough for the enemies' spawn locations? Like the alerting the player with the rift spawning with a little bit of sound and visuals, and a little minimap HUD on top that you can see the direction of the enemies? Or would you add more, you think? Or are you just asking me generally what I was thinking? What's up, Pasta? Are you good this Sunday?
Pretty good, buddy.
Nice, man. I'm glad to hear it. Let's see. Yeah, we have to see if it works correctly in multiplayer as well.
I am also making a game on Godot. Actually, I trying to make a remake of Granny game.
Oh, really? Cool, man. Ah, I think I know why they did. I forgot to add them in the multiplayer spawner, so they don't show up in multiplayer. Granny game. That's. I think I saw this guy's toast, and I think I saw. I saw a couple of people play that game. Looked fun. Scary, scary. Let's see, we have the enemy spawner. Spawner root. Here. Add element. Oh yeah, and we renamed the sturdy enemies as well. Let's see. Enemy sturdy and Scourge. Okay. See now if it works. Oh yeah, there they are. Yeah. Now it works. Yeah. The laser is acting up when it changes target quickly. I have to look at that sometime. Okay, but that's the Scourge. Now, new enemy health function. You should probably have the enemy scale its health with the waves, I think. It's gonna be like a fine balance though, like how much do we scale the health and how much do we scale the number of enemies that comes. The thing is, if we don't scale the health too much, we can add a lot of enemies as the players grow stronger, and that's gonna feel good, right? To blow up like a massive amount of enemies. It's fun, right? So we shouldn't take away that fun. But I do think there is some need of the weapons not outscaling the basic enemy's health too much. If the weapon starts massively overkilling the enemies, the player might feel bad as well because he's hitting an enemy with 100 health with an attack that does 300 damage over and over. Like, the player is gonna know he overkills the enemy massively and like the missile gets wasted, you can say, if the health never scales. That's what I think. Okay, so wave health multiplier. We add this on the enemy. Health script. And then when we set the max health here, we take into account the player count, fine. But we can do also take into account extra health from wave. Ready. Extra health from wave. Hmm. Extra health for a wave. Multiplier. I don't know. How do you write this? It's gonna be like a multiplier that you multiply with a wave number to get like the final extra health. I might as well make it a float, I guess, or references, enemy spawner, wave, in, no, float, wave number. Extra health from wave multiplier. Could have it to be different from enemy to enemy. His boss bull should probably just get the boss bull from the basic enemy.
Nujok Gator Peak.
Gator Peak. Peeking, look, stopping by to see what's going on. Should different enemies have a different percentage scaling of health per wave? Probably not, right? So look at that error afterwards. Okay. Probably not. But I don't know. So with this, the enemies at wave 2 should have how much? Like 120? And wave
One thing to point out, Doesn't affect anything. Bool variables are typically named as a question. Something like is_boss instead of boss_bool.
Ah, okay. Makes sense. My logic was a bit off here. I probably either want to do the power, get exponential scaling, or I want to add 20% every wave, so 0.2. 1 plus 0.2 per wave number. Max health, extra health from wave multiplier. Like that, I guess. Now it's gonna increase 20% every wave. Flat 20%, so 120, 140, 160, 180. I guess it depends how the damage of the player scales, whether this is correct or not, right? If the damage scales exponentially, this can scale exponentially. If the damage scales linearly, this can't do exponential, otherwise you will just get unkillable enemies in the end. Is boss. This boss bull, why do I have it here though? Like I should just get it from the... I should just get it from the main guy here. If possible. On player changed. Is that... That's server only, yeah? Change health, that's only server. Okay. So if I change it in ready, do possible equal root character body. No. Enemy root, I guess. Can it have boss bull? Yeah, it does. Should do it like that. Hell. Okay. Now it shows up, right? Yeah. I should probably change it to is boss. Just have to know if there's a lot of scripts that like reference this boss bull from outside. This is enemy health, this is enemy. Nah, not really. Should be able to safely change it. Boss bull. Placed by his boss. If is boss. And here. Boss bool. Replace is boss. Okay. Boss bool. This boss. Did I maybe reset it now? Did that earlier with something? Yeah, I did.
You have a similar thing with the live_bool.
Live. Yeah, I have a lot of those bools, right? Bool, bool. Maybe not so many. Hard to find them. Underscore. Visible bool. Live bool. Bird box bool. Look at this. This is a new variant. Is ceiling bool. This one uses both of them.
LOL got a merger there.
Yeah. I should say I should of course use one or the other naming method everywhere for this project. What I'm scared of is like changing a bool name somewhere and then I find out like this bool is then referenced from another script and then that script crashes, right? But I suppose as long as I can only find references to it in the same script, then it's safe to change it, right?
Then there are companies that use the first character for the data type, for example, since is_boss is a bool, some companies may use b as boss.
Oh yeah, and then but what? It's camel casing, like what is that language then? Because you're talking about the variable naming b is boss, right? Would you normally do b underscore is underscore boss? Or yeah, I wonder, like,
LOL, that is the question when we use snake case Kate thinking.
I wonder if I reference it somewhere later. Ceiling bool is false. If it's not obvious, you can hover over it though to see what kind of variable it is. I'm just thinking if b underscore is underscore ceiling would be overkill or not, you know? I don't know.
I've never used the first character thing personally, but have had to edit files with them.
Key is boss on object type nil, right? No. L. Enemy root. Good. L. Enemy root. 30. L. Mm. Did you work for a game company, or is it this Blackwater Gator Studios you have been working for, or what is that? At your company? Seems like there's no error still on the files. Good. Maybe I should make a little document about naming conventions. VFX, hotkeys, handy code. Naming convention. Variable type. Bool is boss.
I registered this name as a business name at the start of February. Have a demo on Steam and using it as my umbrella for most of what I do. Though since I had to pick only one area during registration, I guess legally I'm a game company, LOL.
Nice. Congratulations with that. It's really recent then. Is underscore
But I teach people to make games, of course do game stuff myself, and make desktop applications and modding tools.
I see, I see. You've been in the area for a while then, I guess. I have a real teacher with me right now. That's good. If not bodied or liable. This one is referenced here as well. Okay. And
Godot specifically I've used for about 7-8 years and have used other engines a bit before that. And prior to even that I was making game mods.
really? Yeah, that's a long time. I just started like 2 years ago as a hobby. Started more full-time in January. This year.
Nice, nice.
Place. Body, and this body is enemy. Eligible targets. Blackwater Gator Studios. What did you make? Blackwater. What is your Steam game called? If you don't mind sharing, of course.
The Last Hand.
Last Hand. Alright. Last Hand. Blackjack. But break the rules. It's a game inspired by that game award winning thing of what is it called? I have it. I don't remember what it's called. The poker game, you know. Deal pocket. Nice. Looks really good.
Never played Balatro, but I have been
Balatro.
told Balatro but blackjack is the simplest way to explain it, lol.
Yeah, makes sense. It's a bit similar. If you only could do this in real life, right? Well, that's the beauty of games. You can gamble and you can actually win. Did you know that Slade Aspire 2 was made in...
Out if you get good crease 9 kek.
Yeah, true. Did you know that Slade Aspire 2 was made in Godot as well? I just found out like 2 days ago or something. While I was looking at it. Yeah, the scaling should be looking a little better now. Ba-da-bum. 120 for the first and hopefully 140 for the next. Hope, hope, hope. Ah, this is the third wave? No, 160. Wave 3, okay. 160. 50. Wave 4. Ah, now that I think about it, it could just be that since I'm using 2 machine guns, they could be hitting at the same time actually. Yeah, they probably are. Yeah, but the scaling seems to be correct now. It's 20 extra health per wave. Where are the numbers? When I hit this big boss, I wonder. Oh well. Okay, that's the enemy health function. Now we could move on to the next enemy. I wonder if I should eat lunch or not, because I did snack on some food while I was streaming earlier. Maybe I will just skip lunch. No, if I just skip lunch and I work a couple of more hours, I think it's good.
Oh yeah, they made a post back when Unity was trying to impose a runtime fee. Megacrit never made a public post before but said Unity messed up so bad they had. Said they were developing a new game for the past 2+ years in Unity, and they were going to leave immediately. They then tested Godot with an internal game jam. I assume Slay the Spire 2 was this game they had 2+ years of work with in Unity.
That's crazy, man. Imagine the money Unity lost. Well, Unity is like, I don't know how many billions they earn, to be honest, but still, Slay the Spire 2 is probably not the only game that left when Unity did that shit, right? That was a bit of a mistake on their part, it seems. It's still crazy though that they actually had 2 years in development and they were able to switch to Godot like that. But I guess Godot as well accepts C#, right? So I guess it wasn't.
Right. There are a bunch of indie companies making posts.
Yeah. So I guess since both can use C#, you could make the transfer without too much work. Of course, it's a lot of work though, right? But I mean, yeah. I still think it's crazy though. After 2 years that you can swap engines just like that. I wonder how much work it took.
C#. And when they came to Godot, they made the game in C# and wrote their add-ons for engine tools in GD script.
Ah, really? Cool. Awesome, man. Types of enemies, deflectors, task, armor. And I did this one here. Okay, so the next enemy I was thinking was this beautiful thing. Basically, every armor layer should like break as it's destroyed and like crumble to pieces, fall down. And then when you break the final middle piece, the entire enemy should shatter. So this is the first enemy where I'm actually gonna have a bit of animation or particle effects, I guess. And an actual death effect. Just to try it, you know? Like I doubt this. I doubt something like this is gonna be the final model of the enemy. Who knows? But I was also thinking this should be my first ranged enemy, which means I have to make some rules. Hey, Sobakin live. Thank you for the follow, man. I appreciate that. How are you doing? I was thinking like this could also be the first ranged enemy. So it would shoot a laser or something. And then I need to tweak the movement script of the enemy then, so that it stops at the right spot. But I think I can still use the same movement script.
Hi man, I'm also learning Godot. Gonna watch you. They also didn't do any obfuscating or encryption that I'm aware of. So you can decompile the game rather easily. This not only helps with people being able to make mods for the game, but lead dev Jake C said, it make me extremely happy to find out that other game developers learned something from reading through our code and our scenes, smiley face, so they def encourage looking at their code and learning from it. At @SoBacon_live Nujok Gator Wave.
Yo, Sobakin, you're also learning Godot? That's really cool, man. Are you quite new as well, or did you go for a while? I guess I'll follow the chat a little, turn off the TTS for now so that I can answer a bit faster. Yeah, so are you quite new as well to Godot, or have you been learning it for a while, Sobakid? It's cool that you're gonna follow my progress as well. Thank you for that. Super new. 2 of your friends are really into it. Cool, man. I don't really have well, I guess I have you guys in chat to talk to about progress and Godot development and stuff, but I don't really have anyone in my real life friends that does this. So that's really cool, man, that you can do it with your friends. Yeah, it's fun for sure. So it's the Slate Aspire guys, right? That did that let people read their code. That is really cool, though. I always wondered how a professional company's code looks. Like, I don't know if my code is even like 5% up to like best practice standards that companies use, you know? Like I just do something. I guess I get some kind of nudge towards best practice from people in chat, or like when ChatGPT or something helps out with the code, you know, like then it will probably pick code that is made using good practices, but I don't know if what I'm doing is any good. But I use Visual Studio with Godot. That's cool. I downloaded recently like a script IDE, so I get like these scripts on top. And I can also like navigate the scripts functions and stuff here. And I can go through the scripts by searching, like this movement, for example. Undertale code, I heard, is a nightmare, yeah? That's fine though, if the game is good, right? $1,000 if checks. I shouldn't be talking. I probably have something similar. So Slade Aspire to code. Can you read it online, or do you have to like decompile it yourself? I guess I could watch a YouTube video about it. There's probably a lot of people that show it off, and they probably go through like what's good and stuff about the code as well. If chain. Yeah. If. Like I thought maybe match would be more efficient than if. I thought it would match, you know? But then I learned that match as well is just if checks. I don't know if anyone has posted online, but I may link. Yeah, of course you can link it, man. Dirty enemy boss. Do, 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 do. Be the scene. I guess so. This guy did a stream looking at the code and answering viewer questions found here. Okay, cool. I have like folder of things I'm gonna watch to learn. And this is definitely going in that one. Learning material Godot. Done. I'm gonna keep it open. I think I'm gonna watch it tonight, maybe. I have a couple of things lined up that I'm gonna watch. Do, 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 do. Basic enemy. Now we're making enemy R. Should I do the English spelling? Maybe armored. Armored 01. The American spelling, I mean. Enemy arm. Okay. Create new folder. Armored enemy. Yes. Okay, so just thinking for a second about the movement here. Is set base shield. Okay, so that's what I use. I use a collider telling me if I'm at the base shield. So I would probably need a bool that says if the enemy is ranged or not. And then if he's ranged, he's gonna check if he's at the range. I guess is at base shield should be triggered by a bigger range collider for ranged enemies specifically. I could either I could make this collision. I could have a layer for ranged enemies, I guess. That's one way to do it. Then for ranged enemies, he does this check at the range distance. Or I could like have a variable on the enemy route saying if it's a ranged enemy or not. And then when he enters the range collider can check if the enemy is ranged. And if he is ranged, then he can tell the movement that the enemy is at the shield. Is at base shield. Boo. Is at base shield. Function base shield entered. Where's that run? Door. Right, I used to have a door. It just stays. I didn't rename it. Okay. Let's see. World object door. Or is this actually an old thing? Maybe this is the new one. Shield area. If body is in group enemy and body has method base shield entered. Body base shield entered. So I would basically make a duplicate of this thing, right? This area here. Only a bit larger for the ranged enemies to stop at. This quickly became like 2 tasks in one. First I have to think about how I make the armored enemy that breaks off the armor every piece, and now I have to think about the ranged version as well. Ooh. Guess I have to deal with one thing at a time. Where does this function live? Shield area. Probably in the base shield, right? Base shield area. Yeah, it's this one, shield area. Looks like this, okay. This is the melee, I guess. Is the area actually bigger? Or not? The area seems to have the same size as the shield, but I guess the enemies notice it so quickly that it still looks like they stop outside the shield. It has to be bigger, right? Is it that? It doesn't look like they're touching. It has to be this thing that does it, right? Let's make it a little smaller. I didn't like that. Oops. Guess we have to scale this one. Okay. Okay, here comes the small guys. They're the fastest ones, so. Oh, yeah, it does. I guess they just. It is a bit outside. Where is it? Ah, it's so hard to tell. Anyways, this is the right thing that stops the enemies, so I would want one for ranged enemies, right? So this is like melee enemies. Lighter? I don't know. Area? Trigger area? Then we do like ranged enemies trigger area, shield area. Du-du-du-du. Melee. How do you write melee actually? 2 L-E-E? No, it's 1 L-E. Okay. Melee. Shield area. Shield. Melee range shield area. Trigger? I don't know. I'm bad with naming. Unlucky. We can just copy this here. And body is ranged. I wish I knew when I started about classes. Classes has been, but maybe there's other things than enemies that can enter as well. Could just keep it like this. The classes is really handy to know about. Is ranged. Here. Oh, is boss. War is ranged. Okay. Then enemy armored we can say is ranged. Okay. Now my blind material. Just make this guy yellow. Like I'm just gonna check if he stops at the right spot, right? First step. So I'm gonna put him straight in the pool before I even change anything. Except making him ranged. Var enemy armored 1.
Act scene is reload. Armor. Okay. Then we go down here. Copy this. Do enemy armored. Like that. 1, 2, 3. Yep. Okay, looks correct. Hmm. So we have to spawn him. Spawner. Then we do add enemy. Armored. I guess I could make a generic function that takes this. Hmm. How would I do that? I would have to use a match or if or something. This might be just as efficient, even though I have to replicate, like duplicate code. Enemy armored. Numbers. Numbers per wave. Pooled object. Okay. Now we have to make this. And this one. Okay. Then we go world. Spawner. Armor. 1 per wave. Okay. Yeet. There's the yellow guy. You can see he stops. Ah, I didn't stop yet. Freeze! Stop! No! But did I make it bigger yet though? Base shield.
Ranged enemies trigger. Nah, didn't make it bigger yet. Trigger area. Here we do see the scale was 1% bigger than the area, so that's why they did stop outside earlier. Let's do like this. This distance probably have to be tweaked though, based on if I change the size of the shield, this will end up being very large in the end, so we'll see. Actually, let me make them faster for now, just to speed up this process a little bit. Should also rename him. Probably just put 01 on there as well. Should also drop the wave timer to 5 seconds. Speed it up a bit more. Okay, there we go. I could probably stop a bit further away. I don't know, we'll see. So this guy is gonna then shoot a laser while he stands here. I think he could stop a bit further away, to be honest. Like that. Okay. Oh. Alright. So armored enemy shouldn't have a weak spot, so we just remove this head. Go away. You look at this. This. Delete that. Now. Probably don't want all the hurt boxes to be available from the beginning, because like I have a couple of weapons that goes through the enemy, right? Should they hit this enemy 3 times as hard as other weapons? Piercing weapons? Piercing armor? Maybe they should. Could be fun. Explosives as well, though. Would hit all the armors at once. Maybe that's not so good. What is cool though is that at the hurt box, I believe I passed the weapon type somewhere. Yeah, I passed the weapon type because I was doing the damage meter earlier, right? So I can actually have certain weapon types do more damage against specific enemies very easily. Just set it up here. If weapon type is this and that, do damage more or less. Like maybe make array of weapons that you're weak or strong against up here as an export. I edit on the side. Should be doable. I'm kind of feeling the fact that I skipped the lunch break. I think I'm gonna take a small break, even though I'm not gonna stream that much longer. Just gonna take a small break and clear my head a little. Go outside actually, and come back after that. So be right back, guys. Perhaps like do 10-minute break or something. Just on cue. Hello. Hmm. Orange, you're glad I didn't say banana. Is it the color you're referring to? Or is it just you being random? Buddy. Random word indeed. Can't I draw my own kind of mesh? I don't know. Guess I need the blender. I already have an enemy that looks like this. It's the pyramid enemy with an eye in the middle. Hmm. This is supposed to be like the pyramid as well, I guess, because it's gonna have like a laser. I don't have a round enemy yet. I guess it can be round, the armored dude. So I want different layers, right? So I can do this slide. Layer 01. Wonder what's better to just decrease the size of this thing when armor breaks off, make the illusion of it like getting shredded, or or actually having 3 different ones. Like I could say when the health reach certain threshold and do and make this thing smaller and play the break particles, I guess. Change health. Current health is lower than 0. Your death. How... This is a very generic script, right? This exists on every enemy. So what I'm thinking is like, how am I gonna track when the health changes. Could make a signal out of it, like signal health changed, and then emit the signal whenever this runs. Then for all the enemies that is not the armored enemy, it's just gonna be like a signal emitted that doesn't do anything. It's like a waste, you know, like a wasted signal going out. I don't think that's expensive to do. So I can do it. For the armored enemies, I would make a new node that listens for the signal and controls the... I guess I could do it on this one itself as well. I control the size here based on that signal, and then particle effect down here. There's a signal here though, hurt box damaged. Who listens for that stuff? I know what that is. That is like the balls. I'm gonna check the cost of it. If it's like free, I'm just gonna do it. If has connections. Okay, so if I do. I can set that up in ready, I guess, like a boolean that knows if the signal has connections or not. So we have current health, and we have hello. I would ask how you're doing, but it seems I already got my answer. I'm glad you're doing well. Doing well, thank you. Or is it wrong of me to assume that maybe? How are you on this Sunday? I'm doing well, thank you. Thank you for asking. I am making enemies today. Right now I'm trying to make an armored enemy, and I want his armor to break bit by bit as I damage him, layer by layer. Yes, I know Claude can be better, Gemini as well. It's like I'm just used to ChatGPT, and I try to use AI mostly for learning, so I'll try Claude from time to time as well. Mix it up a little. You know. Gemini, Chat, Claude. I see. Yeah, I think Gemini might have access to some really technical solutions sometimes. But other than that, ChatGPT seems to answer better most of the time. I have paid ChatGPT though, and free Claude, so they're probably kind of similar. Claude would probably be better for sure if I paid for it, right? Maybe I should do a month where I pay for Claude. I don't know. Gemini gives the dumbest suggestions sometimes. Yeah. Sometimes they do that. Hmm. Here I could do the signal, I guess. You have current health. You have max health. Um, the signal bus. Hmm. ChatGPT is getting better at Godot, especially the newest ChatGPT that just dropped. It seems to be very good at checking the documentation now. Before this patch, you would have to make a couple of rules and specify that it actually always looks up whatever mechanic it's explaining in the documentation and give you references and stuff, and make sure that it doesn't cheat and skips the documentation, you know. So yeah, it's getting better. Signal my signal. Okay. We have current health. Wonder if we write I should probably avoid using the same name here. I just wonder, like, if I just do it like this, would it actually send these two variables? Guess I could test it. Nah, I probably have to explicitly say it down here if I emit the signal, right? Yeah, I probably have to give the arguments, no? So how is web development? Do you like make web pages look good through design, or do you make sure that everything works correctly when people navigate through web pages, or what's the deal with that? What you doing? See, connecting the signals, do you do it in ready, perhaps? Best? Connect in ready, usually, yeah. So we do Health is a normal node. I should probably give it a class though. This for now. This. Okay. I'll change. Okay. I'm just gonna see if it actually understands what to send the way I wrote it. I don't think it will. I think I need to declare the arguments there. Oh, there he is. Let's see. Nah, exactly. It needed the arguments, right? Yeah. And then I'll just turn them around to not make any confusion here. Max, the float. Okay. Ah, did I didn't give him health yet? Okay, he can have 300 health. Why not? Also make him very big, I guess. Let's see, current. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Good stuff, good stuff. Now the signal arrives. Now we gotta make some rules, right? When do we break off pieces of armor? And I think like every 30% makes sense if you're gonna break 3 pieces of armor. If the last piece that breaks is his entire health, so. You should track. It's already broken, of course. Could use health states for that. Just thinking, can we avoid multiple if statements down there? I don't know. Health state in. I'm a bit worried about getting the max health in ready because the health script is setting up itself in ready as well. Probably gonna use call deferred. Like, if this wasn't a generic function for all enemies, then I could have just connected it here and changed it from health, but yeah. Third. Yes. Oh. Do I change? Whatever. Set up health stat breakpoints. I don't know. Something like that. It might seem silly to set up breakpoints like this instead of just doing like if current health is lower than max health divided by 3, for example. Right? The thing is, this is a calculation that costs something. Divisions aren't super cheap. So if I can do it once, why not do it once? Yeah? Breakpoint equal. Well, I guess multiplied 0.66. Hmm. I believe that when you have multiple if checks, if the first one fails, it's gonna not bother to check the second one after and here. Or, I mean, at least that's what I think. I'm gonna check it. If health state is 2, will it skip the or blah 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 blah? Check. Yes. Okay. Good, 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 good. Blah, blah, blah. Wow. State 1. And then I guess we could listen to the death signal. That one runs on this node. Disable enemy. Okay. Enemy on death. Trigger death. Let me see. Connect. That's how you connect. Yeah. Signal name. Just on death, right? Death signal. Gives itself. Break. Destroy. mesh instance. So this is one thing, but what about the shader for the break lines? There's many things that maybe would have been easier with if I had like 3 different layers. Like when layer reaches 0, break it, and the when I mine blocks, I have this variable, how much damage the block has taken compared to his max health. And I spawn like cracks on the block based on how much damage the block has taken. I thought maybe I would try implementing a similar thing for this enemy. Now, if each layer is gonna break off at like 33% of his max health every time, then that calculation for how much cracks I should have visible changes a lot, right? Technically, I would have to check in here as well if the health state is like if the damage is large enough to break all the way to health state 1 in a single hit. Don't think I'm gonna bother with it though. Well, it's only gonna run once, so it doesn't cost anything extra really. Let's just do it, right? True. Don't need max health here. Yeah, I guess I don't ever have to send max health unless I connect to that signal from somewhere outside the enemy, maybe could be handy. Let's see the shader for the mining block here. Cracks. Damage taken.
It's from 0 to 1. Assume 1 is the most damage taken. Uh, 0 to 1, I guess. Mm. And okay. Hmm. Hmm. Maybe you can make a separate function for the crack damage actually.
searching for a longer day. People feeling like the light has just come. We must never stop the way. Yeah. Clouds jumping and I hear my name, grasping into a life. Life is happy but it's so insane. We must merely make a start. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah, we'll never be alone. Savannah, the beauty of the world. Savannah, let's all take a roll. Savannah.
Hmm. Could update the collider as well. Otherwise it might feel weird if the player tried to collide with a smaller ball and the collider is still big.
Wrong place. Oops.
Sitting lonely in my room again, trying to find the words to say, but nothing comes out. I am looking for the better days, seem like they just stay away whenever I try. There's so many things that I keep in my mind. My friends keep me out and it hurts every time. With all the emotions I built up inside, oh why can't I? Will someone look for me if I disappear? No matter how much that I scream, nobody hears. But I see the light from far away, it's down the line. Maybe I should not give up without a fight.
we're kinda close. There's two things we need to add. We need to add the particles that spawn when it gets reduced size, because then it's like supposed to break, right? And second, we have to add let's see. Armor break. Oh yeah, we have to add the cracks, right? Cracks are probably... I'm probably gonna use AI to help out a little bit at least, even though I already have cracks on the mining blocks, so it's gonna be pretty similar. I just need to know exactly how to pass. How to pass the variable to the shader. The current shader on the mining blocks reads the multi-mesh instances like color or something. Like no, if you know, you know. It's like the unique thing that a mesh instance can have. It's a color. Custom data, it's called. So I know mesh instances as well has something similar to custom data. Like mesh instances have the ability to set like value the shader can access, which is like unique for the mesh. Don't remember what it's called. Yeah, that might be how we update the shader. And the good thing about it, right, is that even though the shader material is shared between each and every one of these armored enemies, as long as it's accessing the mesh instances like unique values as it's updating itself, you can have one of the armored enemies have cracks on it, and another armored enemy have no cracks on it, even though it's using the same shader material. That's like it's cool, right? You don't need unique materials for it. That's what I think anyways. That's gonna happen here. And I'm thinking for the breaking, it's gonna be pretty much this, right? Like just pieces of the armor just breaking out like that. I might actually just reuse this effect, but scale it appropriately each time we break a certain piece of armor and set the material of these things to match the material of the armored enemy, and I think it will look pretty decent. And of course we should have some sound effects and probably a secondary particle effect of something cool, like make it even more awesome. But yeah, I think this is like good for a start, right? For a basic start. With that said, it's been 7.5 hours. I skipped lunch, and I'm thinking I'm just gonna take a quick walk outside before dinner, and then I might do a little bit of work here. So maybe just add the shader or something tonight. I'm not sure. But anyways, tomorrow I'll continue on the enemies and the waves. Like I said, we are going to try and make a playtest version during the week, and I'll ask my friends if some of them can like check it out, and we will be able to hear if this game has potential to be fun or if it's like complete trash. I doubt my friends will say it's trash, but we'll see. We'll see what people think. Hopefully I get some good feedback. Let's see if there's someone else that I can send you to while I am off for eating. Jotson just started. He's one of the people that made Dawnkeeper, which I take a lot of inspiration from. So make sure to say hi. Thank you for watching, and see you again tomorrow, maybe. Bye.